I don't there. There you go. I know. Not that long. I would have heard you now. We're ready.
Good evening, it's 6:30, members of council are assembled, when you're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this meeting of Saugeen Shores Council for January 26, 2026. Welcome all members, everybody in the gallery, and everyone watching via the live stream. We're glad everybody's with us. Second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and I will read that this evening. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. The third item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Councilor Davinsky.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My disclosure is regards to the delegations 8.2. The president of the Saugeen Shores Winterhawks Hockey Club will be making the presentation, and I'm employed by that hockey.
Thank you. Are there any further declarations? Councilor Scott.
So I don't have the item in front of me with the Bruce Power MOU. I'm actually working on the files.
Yeah, that's item 10.3. Thank you for that. Further declarations at this time? Being none, of course, you can declare one anytime you need to. That moves us to adoption of the minutes, and we have a resolution that the council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of January 5th, 2026 as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Vice Deputy Mayor, second by the Deputy Mayor. Any questions or comments on those minutes? Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For 9.2 in the minutes, I wondered if the clerk could just explain how the public might see the Knowles Lane encroachment application, if they're interested in that. Thanks.
The clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When the minutes get published on the calendar on the agenda, there'll be an HTML and a PDF version. Both will have them attached there.
Okay, any further questions or comments to the minutes? Seeing none, then all in favor? That is carried. Okay, so that moves on to open forum. There is one open forum request from Lynn Tatey, but I don't see Miss Tatey in the gallery. Is Miss Tatey here? I don't see her in the gallery. She's not showing us online. Okay, so Miss Tatey isn't here, so we'll move on then. Pass the open forum then to delegations. We have two delegations this evening. Let's remind both of our delegations that council's allotted 10 minutes for each of our delegations, and we appreciate it if you adhere closely to that timeline for us this evening. So our first delegation, 8.1, is on the hole-in-one challenge, and we have Scott Van Schindel via Zoom to give us that presentation. Mr. Van Schindel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's the presentation. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, you're just fine.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Scott Van Schindel, and I'm here to present a temporary low-impact summer attraction called the Hole-in-One Challenge. This is a family-friendly waterfront activation designed to increase beach dwell time, generate local spending, and create positive exposure for Saugeen Shores in 2026 and beyond. Next slide, please. At its core, this is a simple, approachable, and exciting challenge for tourists and residents. Participants take a shot from a tee on shore towards a floating green, trying to get a hole-in-one. All are welcome. It's designed to be inclusive, so older kids, parents, casual beachgoers can participate. It's not a serious golf competition, and you do not have to have experience golfing to try. The goal is to give visitors something memorable to do and create a destination experience that helps them choose Saugeen Shores over other options. The concept, sorry, next slide, please. The concept is inspired by a long-running waterfront attraction in Lake Taupo, New Zealand. The Lake Taupo Hole-in-One Challenge has been operating year-round since the late 1990s. Which makes it a provable and durable example rather than a short-term experiment. The image in your upper right-hand corner is a very good visualization of what I would hope to achieve in Saugeen Shores. And it's a good example of how it would look and how it would operate. While we have very different climates and tourism patterns, the core approach is comparable. The Lake Taupo activation demonstrates how temporary low-impact installation can increase beach activity and visitor engagement, attract tourism, encourage nearby food and beverage spending, and generate organic social media exposure. In Saugeen Shores, this proposal is intentionally scaled back as a seasonal summer activation, aligned with our local climate, beach use, and municipal operations rather than a year-round installation that exists in Lake Taupo. Next slide, please. The destination development plan emphasizes experiential programming, activation of shoreline assets, and pilot-based tourism initiatives. This proposal fits squarely within that framework as it uses the existing beaches, requires no permanent infrastructure, supports nearby businesses, and includes a charitable component that gives back to the community. This proposal aligns with the destination development plan in several areas, but majorly in activating existing shoreline and waterfront assets through temporary experiential programming rather than permanent infrastructure, encouraging increased visitor dwell time and engagement in beach areas, supporting local food, beverage, and downtown businesses through increased foot traffic, providing a pilot-scale reversible tourism initiative that can be evaluated and adjusted before any longer-term consideration is given, and creating a community benefit component with a portion of the proceeds directed to a local charity or community initiative. The concept reflects the plan's emphasis on experiential tourism, collaboration with local businesses, and low capital initiatives that enhance both visitor and resident experiences. Next slide, please. Environmental impact is often a first concern, and rightly so. We hope to achieve absolutely zero impact with this installation. We will only be using standard golf balls here, and the balls are retrieved by staff daily or twice a day, depending on the volume and weather and the amount of chop that might be out there, and us not wanting the balls to travel very far. There are no permanent fixtures and no waste left behind. This is designed to be fully reversible and portable, so the beach can return to its original condition immediately after removal. Next slide, please. Operationally, this is straightforward and self-contained. The activation would run early May through September, aligning with peak beach season, sorry. Everything is brought in and removed daily or seasonally. Portable tee platforms, shade tents, signage, clubs, equipment, etc. We will have no shore power required. We're going to be doing this operates via mobile payments, so we don't need any infrastructure tied to this. Staffing is minimal. We'll have 2 trained staff per shift, a host and a marshal focused on safety and customer flow. This activation would run 7 days a week and looks to create summer employment opportunities for about 4 to 5 people. Next slide, please. Safety is a really important part of this proposal. Our plan includes a formal site risk assessment, clear physical layout and separation from swimmers, trained staff supervision, participant briefings and signage, equipment inspections, documented emergency response plan. Proper insurance will be in place, which includes liability and prize indemnity insurance as well. Next slide, please. The success of this activation largely depends on high foot traffic, good visibility, washrooms and parking nearby, and safe separation from swimming zones. As we know, Saugeen Shores is very fortunate to not be short on options for beaches. But that being said, I'm not proposing a specific beach location this evening. What I'm hopeful of is that I can work with staff and council to identify the most appropriate site. Again, the dock and setup are portable, so the town would retain flexibility to adjust or relocate if needed. Next slide, please. What we're hopeful of receiving is some direction from council on whether this concept is worth exploring further, to get staff level review of potential locations, and some confirmation of permitting, insurance, or operational conditions that the town might require if this was to proceed. The thought being that this would begin as a pilot program and evaluated after one season before any longer term consideration was given. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer questions or address concerns and work collaboratively with staff to refine this into something that would fit Saugeen Shores.
Okay, thank you very much. Just before I turn it over to council for any questions that they may have, I'll just note that obviously no decision is made on a thing like this this evening. What we'll do is refer this to our staff and certainly encourage you to work with our staff. And then at the appropriate time, they'll come back to council with any recommendations they might have in terms of how we move forward. So that's how we'll advance after this evening. But for tonight, I'll ask if there are questions. I'll start with Councillor Helpman and then come around to David.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Do you have any examples of this in other places in southwestern Ontario or on Lake Huron? Lake Huron specifically?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, no, I don't believe anything like this exists in Ontario. I've seen New Zealand's example, and there are a few smaller scale examples in the States. I'd be happy to provide those examples at a later date, but I'm not aware of anything operating in Ontario.
A second question, if I could, Mayor, through you, is I don't see this as being something that I would be very interested in for the Port Elgin beach. I'll go as far as to say that our beach space in Port Elgin is relatively small. To rope off a big area for a couple of people to golf. We have 4 driving ranges within the town of Saugeen Shores. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor, and then I think Councillor Grace after that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a great idea in the right location. And I commend you for what you're attempting to do. I've participated in those one-on-one events, different places around the United States, and they're fun to try, and it's a good piece of entertainment. What size of property or like water mass, I guess, is it 50 meters, but 50 meters, is it like how far out is the hole, and how far do you go to the right and to the left? Just wondering about the square footage that you require for a hole-in-one competition.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So the floating green would be about 100 meters offshore. It would be about 8 meters by 8 meters in size. This is to give it good visibility, stability in the open lake chop, and make it a fair size that people can hit it. In terms of the space that would be required on either side to,
Thanks. I'd say I you to be commended for what you're trying to do. I live down the Edge Grove area, and in both sides of the road this year, you couldn't get a parking spot on the beach. That beach has really got tremendously, like, really busy. And of course, Port Allen beaches, you can't get tile space. Well, I'm a golfer, and golfers spray balls. They hook them and they slice them, and I just 250 feet. Maybe you mentioned 80 meters, 250 feet for 250 feet for 300 feet out. That's for our beaches, that's a lot of space. And have you actually physically come and taken a look at our beaches in the summertime? Have you observed?
yes, sorry, I think maybe I misstated or there was a misinterpretation of the figures I was giving. So I hadn't given the kind of radius for a swimming kind of or a buoy line kind of cutoff area, but it would be about 50. It would be about 50 meters on either side of the dock. But yes, I have attended, and I do know that it is a large consideration about finding the right location for this while not interfering with existing programming or existing use. And I know that a large amount of consideration has to be given to that.
Anyways, thanks for your presentation. I just really, our beaches are, they're pretty packed in the summertime, and we want that for our tourists to be able to come and enjoy the sand beaches. And it just, that requires a lot of space on the sides of our beaches. But I just want to commend you for what you're trying to do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grace next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Scott, for your presentation. How much would this cost, do you think?
So there's no cost to the town. Essentially, it would be the proponent, myself, that would be putting this together. I do have some financial budget numbers, but I think it would be it would need to be constructed and installed.
Asking, sorry to interrupt, I meant how much what would the charge be for a person using this?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. It ranges. There's single shots, multiple shots, and then you can get a bucket of balls. So it ranges. I would say that final numbers haven't been put together. They're based on market conditions. But I could say that it probably ranges from $3 to $50 depending on how many shots you want to take.
Okay, I looked up the website, the Lake Tahoe site. Would you be using a ball blaster that they show as an alternative to use of regular clubs?
No, that's not our intention. Unless that would be a few years down the road with some expansion, and if things were going well, if there was an appetite for increasing or finding something new and exciting to add. But that's not part of our original proposal. Our approach is just for the golf tees and the green at this time.
How many other municipalities are you presenting to?
I am presenting to a few. I can share a list, but I know that it's fairly exhaustive. Wherever there's an opportunity to do this, I am approaching municipalities where I think there's a good fit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Myatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Scott, when I've been in golf tournaments or wherever they've had a hole-in-one challenge, there's usually a substantial prize for making the hole-in-one. What's the hook here? You buy a bucket of balls, or you buy 5 balls and you shoot them out there, you get a hole-in-one. Is that it? You just get to brag about it, or is there a prize? Is this a gambling operation?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there are 3 tiers of prizes. So there's 3 holes on the green. The top prize is a standard hole. The top prize is $10,000. The next hole will be about the size of a paint can. That's a $500 prize. The next prize would be a 5-gallon bucket of paint, if you can picture that, substantially larger, and that would be for some free merchandise. We need to generate winning. We need to make sure that people can win and that people are excited to win and can post about it and can celebrate about it. So, and then on top of that, there are bragging rights. Yes.
Okay, is there further comments, the deputy mayor?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I agree with what Councillor Halpin started with. That, you know, there's our beach is not really that large of a size to accommodate something, and I appreciate that the Vice Deputy Mayor got some size information. I'm curious to know, I have a couple of questions, but I'm curious to know what the size is on the shore that would have to be for the tees. That one of the images in your presentation showed a quite substantial deck with a couple of stations. How much land would you be taking up on shore, and is that a permanent installation, or is it something that would go in and out as the shift is there? And then I have a couple of other questions too.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The amount of square footage we would need, I mean, if you think about a boardwalk, the size of a sidewalk, about 30 feet wide, by about 5 feet deep, we would set up the platform. So really it's minimal. We would have, and we would be by the shore. So it's about 30 feet wide.
Thank you. You mentioned a couple of times about the choppiness of the water. I just would like to know what would be your method of securing some sort of raft or deck out in the water so that it's not bouncing around on its own and drifting practically day to day, because the water can be quite choppy, as you said. So what is your plan to anchor, and have you had any conversation with the province as to how to basically use an anchor offshore in a provincial waterway?
Yeah, so we would be anchoring it down. That would be our intention. I haven't spoken to the province about this.
Okay, and one more question. It does say that in your report that this has no environmental impact. I am interested to know how you would pick up these balls. And you mentioned about heading out into the water to do this. There's no guarantee that the balls are gonna end up within this track, this 100-meter wide, 50 meters on each side of the deck. How do the balls get picked up, and what guarantee is there that some of them are not remaining in the water polluting it? And you know, I'm not perhaps as well versed as some other members of council as to the makeup of golf balls, but you know, there's a great deal of concern about contaminants in the lake. So what is your method, or how do you do this? And a second part to that is we don't really encourage, and in fact, there's probably some regulation somewhere about vessels being close to the shore. So how do you clean up balls? How do you do that?
Thank you. So the ball retrieval is done by hand, by net, and it's done within the zone that is cordoned off with buoy lines. The marshal on shift notes any flyers that go left or right, and we document those. So the but I think you're right that it's possible that we would miss one or two or three, but we might get them on the second pass, or we might get them the next day. We don't want to leave anything in the water, but I think it would be dishonest of me to say that something might get left there. Now, we had looked at biodegradable golf balls, but I had made the determination that that wouldn't be that would still be more of an environmental impact than collecting the balls where they lie. And if we have to go out multiple times a day, we will. We don't want to lose track of anything there. But I think that's a good concern to raise.
Thank you. I'll just come back to my agreement with what some of my colleagues have said, starting with Councillor Halpin, that it's a nice idea, but I don't think it has a place on our shore. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions, Councillor Yazinski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thank you for the presentation, Scott. Couple of questions. The deputy mayor talked about how much space you would need onshore, that being the tee-off area and so on. Does that include where you might be selling the balls, storing them while you're on shore, or is that extra beach that would have to be taken?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. The square footage that we would really need can change. It depends on the amount of tees that we're going to be using. We can start with 2, we can start with 3. It's very volume driven. We don't want there to be lineups. We'll probably have a 12 by 12 shade tent that all of our equipment and our staff will be using to operate out of. Really, we need a table and we need a couple of golf bags to store our equipment, and a couple containers to house our golf balls and some equipment that is supportive of that. But it's designed to be ultimately as flexible as is needed.
Also, you said that there would be 2 people on staff. And then you might hire some summer students, I assume. You said there might be 4 jobs, 5 jobs available. With that, how do you prevent boys being boys, girls being girls, who may be diving for these golf balls? I do not know how deep that water is there. If anyone can tell me, this might have a question. How will you prevent that? Since you can swim under the buoys. I'm just wondering, is there a problem there for liability or injury?
Well, what I can say is that the town would not have any of the risk. We would maintain liability insurance. We would properly mark the areas, but to your point, there may be people that ignore all the warning signs as they do elsewhere. We hope to have no injuries, but we will have first aid on site and we will have an emergency response plan if needed. But I don't think you can ever prevent accidents from happening entirely, despite our best efforts.
And I agree with you there, but the fact of the matter is, if somebody gets bonked on the head while they're in that area diving for the golf balls, it sure will probably come back on you, but it could come back on the town as well. So I think it's very important that that would have to be looked at.
Yes, I think that's a great point. And I guess what I'll add is that we would stop if anybody swam into the area. We have the ability to cease operations for bad weather if somebody encroaches into the swimming area, and we are made aware of it. And I believe, and somebody would correct me, but I do believe the area is pretty shallow there. I think we would, as one of our staff is basically responsible for marshaling and making sure that the area is contained, that golfers or participants are doing things properly. And so that person would be assigned that responsibility. So We would make sure, like, we would do our best, but I think you're right to raise the concern.
Hey, thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anything further, Council Staff?
A couple of quick questions, because it's technically going to be a game of chance, are you gonna get a gambling or, I can't remember, there's an operational gambling license, gaming license, is it still? Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the. Oh, we go. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Jindal, Aaron Scheindel with finance.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. So this is not regulated by the AGCO. This is not gambling. It is a skill-based recreational challenge, not a game of chance. So it does not meet the legal test for gambling because the chance element is removed. So I think it's an excellent question. I had the same question myself when I was exploring this concept. And so we are above board on that.
I think I'm more speaking to my skills in the golf course, which is it's entirely a game of chance, so so I think my only other comment, and I think it's along the lines, I guess two things, so we talked about the size of the beach. I do this every time, I think it's worth reminding everybody here and in town that the beach actually stretches where all the cottages and homes are, that's not private beach, so Port Elgin Main Beach, as we conceive of it, actually expands quite a bit, so we should remember that when we're explaining it. I don't have a strong view on this, I continue to be reticent if everyone's immediately dismissive of an idea without testing it, seeing if people like it, because you know, last year, we had the suggestion of a playground in the water, and that was dismissed, and I think we were talking about cold water and safety, and now we're raising safety concerns again, so I remind everyone it's a beach that isn't supervised by any paid town staff, so there is an element of risk you take when you go into the water, but I don't have a strong view on this, but I just think as a council, we should be cautious about labeling ourselves as the fun police, because I think if the public has an interest in this, we should at least see if there's a desire before we flatly decline it.
Thank you. Is there anything further? We do have to move on, so a very quick comment.
Just further to what Councillor Stack said, in the presentation, there was a list of requirements that they had, which had to do with access to a public washroom and parking and that sort of thing. That does provide some limits on the potential locations. So I understood what you said, but I appreciate that they put in some of the requirements that they needed or would be desirable, because that's helpful in terms of considering where something could or couldn't be located in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you, Mr. Schneider, for your presentation. Sitting here, all I can think of is George Costanza pulling the golf ball out of the blowhole of the whale. We don't have any of those around, so I guess we're not in risk of that. But anyway, thanks for your presentation, and we'll look forward to getting a staff report back at some point on this, and council will have a chance to make some decisions on it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, so now we're moving on to 8.2, which is a delegation from Saugeen Shores Winterhawks, and we have Jordan McKinnon going to give that presentation. Mr. McKinnon, when you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. No. I need help. For the record, this is not the first time I've chased Councilor Davinsky out of the room. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, for the opportunity to come here and have a chat tonight about our arenas. Just a quick introduction of myself. My name is Jordan McKinnon. I am the president of the Saugeen Shores Winterhawks. This is my first season as the president. I took over for Gordon Lamont, who did an incredible job and continues to do an incredible job for 18 seasons. I have been involved with the Winterhawks for about 15 years. Just a quick introduction for our organization. Oh, there we go. We are a OHA Senior AA Hockey Club. We play in the Ontario Elite Hockey League. Our players are former junior, collegiate, and professional hockey players, and we take great pride in bringing as many local players home as we can to bring them home to play in front of their family and friends. We are sanctioned by the Ontario Hockey Association and Hockey Canada. We play primarily at the Plex, but because we are the Saugeen Shores Winterhawks and not the Port Elgin Winterhawks, we also play at least one game a year at the Southampton Coliseum. I just want to be clear though, in me coming here and doing this, the Winterhawks are not trying to gain some benefit. We believe that we should be leaders on and off the ice, and we are happy to take up the leadership cause for our ice users. I also want to say that this council and previous councils should be commended for the investments they have made in recreation facilities in this community over the past decade or so. The pool next door is beautiful. Your dive, your cannonball is perfect for them. Obviously, Lamont Sports Park is a gem, and we're looking forward to seeing the transformation of Halliwell for the soccer players. However, for the past 100 years or so, we have had 2 ice surfaces in what is now Saugeen Shores. And it has stayed that way no matter how much our community has grown and exploded, especially in the last 25 years since the Plex has been built. So that brings us to why we're here, which is the Arena and Sports Field Needs Assessment from November 24th, 2025. There were a number of recommendations in that document, not the least of which is that a third ice surface in Saugeen Shores can wait until 2036 or beyond. I am going to tell you as clearly as I can that that is not doable. We are burning out our kids, we are burning out our volunteers, we are burning out our coaches because they are running all over Grey, Bruce, and even into Huron counties for home ice. So when we talk about that report, I was first want to discuss the process of coming to that report coming to fruition. So us as ice users had one opportunity to contribute, and that was on August 19th, 2025. The consultant held a Zoom meeting that lasted less than an hour. Obviously, you consider the number of ice users that we have, the opportunities to provide input was minimal at best. As an organization, the Winterhawks felt that we were not able to provide full context to the consultant, full historical data, and we offered to have a second meeting with them in order to provide the things that we know. And when I say we, I mean the person that offered to have that meeting was Gord Lamont. The consultant got back to him and said, "Thank you, don't call us, we'll call you." And that was the last we ever heard from them. And I'm just gonna say that if there's anybody in this community that should be listened to when it comes to ice needs, the arenas, the histories, it's Gord Lamont. So we got through, we went through the process of providing what consultation we could. And sorry, went too far there. So when the report came, and I apologize, my slides are a little bit different than what I'm saying. Once I posted on social media at the start of the weekend that we were coming here, I got bombarded by information and people who wanted to contribute. So my presentation has morphed a little bit over the last few days, but the message is going to be primarily the same. As far as the data, as far as the recommendations and the data that was used to get there, there was a suggestion that our arena utilization hovers around 80%, 80 for the Coliseum and 84 for the Plex. I don't think that paints a full picture, and here's why. I'm going to take this. This is a direct quote from the report. The main contributor for the lower utilization rates is the cancellation of ice times. Over the past 2 seasons, a total of 257 hours were canceled from the main user groups. And that is the only context that is provided for that. 257 hours. However, I asked around for some people that might know, and I wanted to know, when is this ice being canceled? Is it being rebooked? And the answer that got back to me was, of those 250 some odd hours, 173 of them were during the 2023-24 season. Most of that ice was returned in March of 2024. There's a very simple reason for that. Teams are done. They don't need the ice anymore. And I'm going to tell you right now, that particular season, the Winterhawks went out the first round of the playoffs. We were done in mid-February. I guarantee you, we returned every bit of our March ice. Now that happened to drop during the 24-25 season to 78.45 hours. And I don't have a breakdown by month, but I would assume March was another key contributor to that. And I would bet that probably Christmas time also contributes to that when it's harder to put a team on the ice. The other question was, of those 258 hours, how much of it was rebooked and how much of that ice sat empty? And the answer was, we don't know. It wasn't tracked. So my question is, how can you come to a conclusion that says that we're not utilizing the ice to its full potential when we don't even know how much of that ice is being rebooked? So the other part of this is that the consultant looked at what we're currently doing and what we need to do to maintain the status quo and what we need to get to justify another ice surface. What the report did not look at is what we're missing out on in Saugeen Shores. What is there potentially that we could have, but that we don't have because we don't have enough ice? And I'm gonna start with women's hockey. You look at how much women's hockey has grown over the past 25 years. We have 13 girls hockey teams in the Saugeen Shores minor hockey system. That does not include girls from Saugeen Shores who play A or AA out of Saugeen Maitland, which is Howick and Teeswater, or Owen Sound. It also doesn't include girls who have gone to Kincardine or Walkerton or anywhere else because they want to play on, let's say, smaller teams or they want better ice time. So we have all of these girls playing hockey, and then when their minor hockey careers are done, then what? Ladies rec hockey accounts for 1.5 hours of ice time in Saugeen Shores per week. That's Friday nights at the Coliseum if you want to go watch. And there are very little ladies rec hockey in this area. There's a team that plays out of Paisley. There's a team in Tiverton. I believe there's still a Sunday morning league, in town, but that's about it. So the question was asked, could Saugeen Shores support a ladies rec hockey team or a rec hockey league? And my answer is probably, but nobody's going to look into it because you already know there's no ice to support it. Same thing, we have the Saugeen Shores Gulls, Senior B ladies team. They're a fun team to watch. They represent this community with pride and they do it well at tournaments across this province. They can't play home games here. They're playing this Friday night at the Plex because the Winterhawks aren't using it because our regular season is done and we didn't need any reschedule, so they have some ice that opened up. This is their first game at home this season, and it's almost February. And they probably won't get another one unless the Winterhawks finish up early. And I'm sure if you ask the Gulls, they would love to play home games here at the Plex or at the Coliseum in front of their friends and family, but instead they're going off to the GTA to play tournaments. I also want to point out that over the last 2 or 3 years, the Winterhawks specifically have been approached by people looking to move junior hockey teams to Saugeen Shores. In one case, it was a junior C team that was looking to move here. And in another case, we were approached by a gentleman who was looking to purchase a junior B team and move it here. Both of those conversations ended very quickly because they discovered there's no ice for them. So we can't just say that there's no justification for another ice surface based on current use, because there's a whole bunch of uses that we could be using and that people aren't even looking into. And that's not even to get to tournaments. We can't host tournaments here. We have this Silver Stick, which has been around forever, his grandfather. But if I went to minor hockey or town staff tomorrow and said, I want to host a U13 hockey tournament in January, the answer is no, there's no ice. And let's look at Lamont Sports Park for the example of what tournaments do as an economic driver. Because every weekend here in Saugeen Shores, you can go to restaurants, stores, you go to the hotels, and there's kids everywhere wearing ball uniforms and their parents are spending money. And that's not happening in Saugeen Shores during the winter. And we know that our business could use some support during the winter. I'm going to Meaford next weekend for a U9 tournament. I'm going to leave money in Meaford.
We have passed over 10 minutes.
I'm getting there, don't worry.
Please.
Yeah. Just as comparable, Kincardine has 3 minor hockey tournaments during the regular season. Quickly, the Bruce Grey Bulls is a new program, it is a rep program. It was mandated, out of Saugeen Shores, Aaron Elderslie, and Chatsworth. More than 100 players from Saugeen Shores are playing for the Bruce Grey Bulls this season. That represents about 55% of their player pool, are players from Saugeen Shores. The Bulls have to utilize 8 arenas in order to fulfill their ice time requirements. That includes Ayton in West Grey and Belmore. And both of them are an hour away. And if you've looked outside lately, we have not a lot of good weather. Probably takes a little bit longer to get there. Asking kids to get pulled out of school early, asking parents to take time off work to get their kid to a 4 o'clock practice in Ayton is a recipe for disaster. You're gonna burn everybody out, they're gonna quit. Just as an example, the Bulls provided me with their ice time breakdown. And in a week in December, they had just shy of 5 hours of ice time in Saugeen Shores.
During that, really need you to get there.
Yes, I'm good in there, don't worry, Mr. Mayor. I'll skip over our winter hawks problems. We're first world problems. We're big boys. We'll figure it out. In closing, this is a documented infrastructure shortage that is displacing local athletes. It is reducing economic activity and limiting Saugeen Shores' ability to grow as a community. Our ice pads are full. Our programs are capped, and our teams are adapting because they have no choice. We are burning out players, coaches, and volunteers, not only at the rep level, but locally as well. And I understand this is an election year. This council is not going to make any decisions on the new ice pad or anything like that, but we can get the ball rolling. We're going to be active. All the ice users are going to be active. We're going to be ready to go. We're going to bring every piece of data that we have. So all I'm asking for you is this: we respectfully request that the recommendation for an additional ice surface be moved up to reflect the dire need for ice in Saugeen Shores, and that the process for creating those plans begin as soon as possible. Until there's a plan, we can't do anything. We're ready, willing, and able. We need the go ahead from you. Our kids really deserve this. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be some questions. We'll probably right down the tables, our vice deputy mayor, staff, and Harry's.
Thank you for your presentation, Jordan, and, you know, I feel your pain, and I talked to a lot of minor hockey people, ice users, and you know, we've invested $12 million in the Lawn Sports Park, $50 million to the Wellness Center. We had, and thank you for the comment earlier. This council's invested big time in Parks and Recreation, and I'm sure in the future we'll you know, continue to invest. And what really, I have a couple of questions for you too, but really intrigues me, you know, when you mention things like the things that could be expanded, you know, in women's hockey and girls hockey and bowls hockey and tournaments and additional public skating hours, would not be nice. And you know, so there's so many opportunities. Tournaments are economic spin-offs in shoulder season, really, for motels, hotels would be a blessing to fill out motel, hotels in wintertime, wouldn't it be? So I don't question. I mean, I've heard this argument now for 3, 4, 5, 6 years from ice users saying that we need a third ice pad. And there is space left out here. It was designed for a second ice pad, and that's $20 million, I understand. It's a rough number beyond that, but that's what I'm hearing. Could cost upwards to that. So it's a lot of money. But I'm hearing time and time again that there's a need for third ice, but we live in a bit of a bubble here. Our numbers, you know, the education system, for example, you take a look at other communities in the area. Like you know, we're building a new school, maybe a couple of new schools, and our numbers are here. We're in a bubble. Our numbers in ball and hockey are, I understand, are growing, and I guess I had a couple of questions for you. Are we turning kids away in minor hockey?
I can't answer that question.
Pardon me?
I can't answer that question. That's a question for minor hockey.
Well, I wouldn't mind getting that answer from someone.
I think, from my understanding, you'll be getting a visit from them pretty soon.
But I wouldn't mind getting that answer someday from somebody. Okay, we'll keep all of these with the vice deputy mayor before. Yeah, I just, we pass it on to my president. I had a call few months ago, I haven't had a chance to get that in front of me, but I'd really like to sit down, you know, with President Minor hockey and women's hockey and girls hockey, and I like to hear, I've heard some people say that the house leagues are taking a bit of a hit. You know, big Bulls hockey's come in, and I watched that hockey, it's good hockey, watched the game 2 days ago, Southampton, nephew was up from Seaford. And so they attract people from, you know, these teams are attracting people from out of town. So I'd be interested in seeing what our ice shortage, what we're saying is what's happening to our host league system. Are they getting a game a week? Are they getting a practice? No, who's getting hit here, right? Somebody must be getting hit hard with the shortage of ice time, what I'm hearing. So I wouldn't mind sitting down with the group and just to explore, you know, that recreation master, I don't want to get into too much tonight, the master plan, but I have some serious questions about the ball numbers and the hockey ice numbers as well. But I think you're doing the right thing, but just keep talking about it, because it is in the 10-year capital plan. It is in the 2034, I think. And I think what the groups are saying is the 9-10 years is too far out, and you'd like to see something in the next 3 to 5 years, so cut it in half, but there's a lot of priorities on our books right now, Southampton Town Hall. That's 50 here in Milan, so there's a lot of priorities, but keep talking about it, because this council will listen, and you know, I keep hearing the need, and there seems to be a need. A lot of money, but seems to be a need for an additional ice line. So.
Yeah, I think some things we're hearing is that it's not just that we're capping Saugeen Shores, but also there are families that have chosen to go to Aaron Eldersley, Kincardine, Walkerton, just because they know they're gonna be on a smaller team. My son, just as a personal example, played a U9 game yesterday. It's a 1 hour ice slot for a game. They were rolling 3 lines for a house league. So that's, you know, you take 10 minutes out for the flood, 5 minutes for a warm up. You watch 7-year-olds, they don't know how to line up face offs, they go offside all the time, lots of stoppages. So, you know, maybe if you're lucky, 40 minutes of action and those kids are on the bench for 2/3 of it.
Okay, Councillor Scott.
Thank you. So just a couple of things. So I think I made that comment when we first started looking through, and I was a bit surprised we don't have a third ice pad. So I'm saying that at the beginning that I support sort of the ice pad when it makes sense to do so. I just had a couple of quick questions, just touching on you talked about the impact of women's and girls hockey. So just clarify for me, are we prioritizing boys hockey over girls hockey? Or are we saying that there's just been a natural movement away from town because of ice time?
What I would say is that there are a whole bunch of men's adult rec teams that have historical ice. I play on one of them, so full disclosure, that have had that ice for my team. We literally inherited ice from our fathers. They started the team in the 80s and we've kept it going. So, and if you look at the ice schedule, there's a adult rec team every night pretty well other than Saturday night.
Okay, I'll drop that point for now. And then I think my other question is just, you talked about Kincardine and Meaford. So just correct me if I'm wrong, because in case it wasn't obvious with the golf comment, sports is not my forte. So there's only 2 ice pads between Kincardine and Tiverton, is that right? And there's only 1 ice pad in Meaford, is that right?
Meaford has 1, yeah.
Yeah. So is it just the population here is more prone to playing hockey than other populations? So I'm just trying to conceptualize whether we're actually under servicing for the population, or we just happen to have a population that's playing more hockey than the surrounding community.
I think it's a little both. We have a big population. We have a lot of hockey's an expensive sport, and we're lucky in this community that there are a lot of families that can afford to play it. I think that's a big factor.
Okay.
So yeah, so I think that's part of it. I think it's just the growth of Saugeen Shores in general. It's just how many families are coming here. And it's just, we have 2 ice surfaces. We've had 2 ice surfaces forever, and it's catching up. It has caught up.
Okay. Okay, so the only comment I would make maybe to town staff is perhaps if we're looking at this, we should look at alternatives. Like I know in Cape Croker and Nawash, there's an arena, they're using a different arena structure. So if this is something that becomes a real priority, we may want to look at alternative, something that's considerably less than $20 million. So something to think about. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Griggs, and then we'll get Nelson.
Thank you. My questions have been asked and answered.
You, Councilor Melvin?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, I would agree. I would agree that, the consultant's report, well, about the ice time was flawed. I agree with that, but as the Vice Deputy Mayor said, we spent historic amounts of money, 62 million on the Aquatic and Wellness Center and Lamont Sports Field. And this council heard loud and clear from ratepayers and everything at this budget that the ratepayers are weary of tax increases. And so that leaves us a fine line to follow, to act on. And I think that another ice pad would be a great idea in a perfect world. It would be a great idea. But before we do that, we need to make sure we finished all the fundraising and everything for the Aquatic and Wellness Center. And then, maybe we start ramping up the legacy fund again for doing that. So, I see the need for the pad. I understand that, but I also see the need as a council for us to live within our means and to finish what we've started with the Aquatic Wellness Center and the Lamonts before we take on another project. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilor, further comments? Councilor Jahane, and then the deputy mayor.
Thanks, and through you, Mayor, just a comment, or maybe Shaz, you can correct me, did we not have someone come at the end of 2025 talking about, it could have been the Bulls, we were gonna get everyone and try to improve on scheduling between like minor hockey, the Bulls, cause I think maybe we need to get all ice stakeholders together and try to hash out some of the issues here, and I remember we talked about that the town was gonna take over more of a centralized role in giving out ice time and stuff. Do you remember if anything with that?
Comments from the Director of Community Services.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe what you're thinking of is when we brought our report forward, just explaining the new initiative about zone play and open borders. So that was a few months ago. And at that time, just shooting off the hip here, but at that time, minor hockey and the Bulls organization were gonna meet and let the town know the town was involved in some of the conversations on ice time. And if we needed to do any sharing with the two organizations. So I haven't heard anything other than that, but I can provide council an update later this week on that.
Thank you, the deputy mayor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. If staff is going to engage in some conversation and reflection and review and talk with more people, I'd really like consideration given to looking back historically at what happened in Southampton when the Coliseum got built. Coliseum was, to the best of my recollection, completely paid for before they even started construction, and it was a community effort that raised the roof on that building when the roof on the old Southampton Arena got condemned. And there might be some merit to considering how to pay for something, because $20 million is a big price tag. Councillor Stack's comment about alternative opportunities that wouldn't be quite as costly. The unfortunate thing is we start something and think bare bones, and then, all the requests come in for this bell and this whistle, and the price tag goes up. Well, maybe this is an opportunity to consider basically a shell with an ice surface in it if it's for practice and that sort of thing. Then reserving the Coliseum ice and Plex One, let's say, for games and that sort of opportunity. But there was in Southampton, there is an example of a community building a rink that didn't involve an awful lot of debt. It was a pretty fun time. I was a kid then, but before they even broke ground on it, I'm pretty confident that the money was all in the bank on that. I do, though, also want to request that there's new regulations and new requirements and new rules around, kids in change rooms and moms and dads and that sort of thing. As we think about the future of ice here, let's make sure that, we're doing what we have to do to the existing facilities to have them be as usable as possible. And I'm sure that the recreation department is on top of that, but almost every year or so, there's something else that has to happen in an existing structure, facility, as a capital advancement or a capital expense. And at some point, as Councillor Halpin said, ratepayers are a little bit fatigued about recreation, a lot fatigued about recreation spending. So I think there's some merit to what Councillor Stack said about considering alternatives to the $20 million bill. But taking a really good look at how users, stakeholders, the community can pay for something or contribute significantly to something so that the ratepayers aren't taking the hit. I think that would go a long way to instill a real good community momentum that might see something advance beyond 2034 or whenever you said. In Southampton, when the roof got condemned within a year and a half, they had a new ratepayer. So if there's a crisis, let's get that conversation going and have a price tag that's affordable, but also have a plan that doesn't involve an awful lot of ratepayer money. There might be some merit to that, and it might happen a lot quicker. Anyway, thank you very much, Jordan, for coming. That's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Quickly from what I said.
Yeah, I'm not gonna speak, just a quick question request to you, Mr. Jordan, and minor hockey officials, and it would be good at some point to see that list of opportunities, how you see a third ice pad being used. I'd like to hear that from you, first and so, but I'd like to hear from user groups in town. What do you think it could be used for? Secondly, I'd like to see the last 5 years of the growth. And I'd also like to know how many kids have been turned away in the last 5 years. That's important information I'd like to have.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Jordan. Appreciate you coming in. You heard sort of the push and pull here, and that probably doesn't come as any surprise to you with this council and council's proceeding. Have been super keen to invest in rec. Made a huge investment just in ice at the Southampton Coliseum just a couple of years ago, $1.5 million investment there. There's another one planned there in the next couple of years to invest in improving the change rooms there and the entrance to the facility so that it's nice. So we have all that in the capital plan, and we're also pretty good at finding creative ways to invest in rec. With the legacy fund is a pretty good example of that. How we were able, as a pretty small community, to do a $50 million aquatics and wellness center. That's no small achievement, and it's because folks around here can figure out how to plan these things and sort them out. So I think there's lots of opportunity here to advance things like additional ice. The only thing I would say, and I guess I would say two things. One thing, I really appreciate all the work of the folks at Saugeen Shores Minor Hockey. The volunteers who run that organization. I have 3 sons who play for Saugeen Shores Minor Hockey, one in U11, one in U15, one in U18. I'm very fortunate that all of their home games and all of their practices happen in Saugeen Shores. And they get lots of ice time. It feels like they get lots of ice time because it feels like all I do is chase them around to hockey rinks. So it's worked very well. And it's because Saugeen Shores Minor Hockey is a great organization and they do a good job. And I certainly appreciate that. I think one thing that we should talk about, though, I think is, the Bruce Grey Bulls is a great new thing, and lots of local kids playing it. But as the provincial associations keep adding these new programs, they really, like this is a pilot, they really need to consult municipalities while they're doing that, because they can't just keep throwing these new programs on these, ice. No matter how much ice, how many races we have, it's a finite resource. And they have to talk to the owners of the ice and say, is this gonna work? And we keep layering these things on. Because it strains our existing minor hockey program. It runs the risk of pushing users out, not just hockey users, but figure skaters and public skaters. We have we have fewer and fewer public skates all the time. The deputy mayor always points that out. So I would just maybe put a plea, and you guys are, there's some big players here in not just locally in hockey, but regionally and provincially. As you're talking to the folks who make those decisions, remind them, like I say, this Bulls thing's a pilot, as they're deciding whether to make it permanent, tell them to come to the municipalities, consult with us about what we can provide, so we can arrange this and know what's coming up and try to make this work, right? We want to be good partners, but it's hard for us to be good partners when something gets dropped on us and we have to scramble to chase it. So So I make that one plea, but in the end, I just say, thanks for your delegation, and we look forward to working with you guys and finding a path forward. Thank you. Okay. That brings us to the end of our delegations, and we're on now to reports of municipal officers and committees. And first one, 9.1, is on Moore Bridge EA recommendations, and the manager of engineering has a report. Manager.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I am Jack from GI, presenting the findings of the Moore Bridge environmental assessment review and the government next steps. Moore Bridge, constructed around 1920s, has been closed since 2013 due to significant structural deteriorations. Traffic flows in the area have historically been very low, and the opening of the bridge would require extensive upgrades of both the structure and approximately 2 kilometers of roadway. The consultant GEI completed environmental heritage, structural, and floodplain assessment. The bridge has no cultural heritage value, cannot provide safe access during major storm events, and any replacement would need a longer span, a higher deck, and substantial roadway improvements. Several alternatives were evaluated, including repair, pedestrian-only replacement, and full regular replacement. All rebuilt options ranged from 1.6 million to over 5 million. Public consultations resulted in 19 comments, most supporting either a pedestrian crossing or removal, with only 3 supporting a regular bridge. Given the cost, safety constraints, low traffic demand, and environmental benefits of restoration, staff and consultant recommend removal of the Moore Bridge. This option has the lowest capital cost, eliminates future maintenance obligations, and restores natural floodplain functions. Access for nearby residents remains fully maintained. Pending council direction, next steps include detailed design, permitting, tendering, and construction. I am now turning it over to the consultants engineer Jack Stewart, Senior PM, will present their report and will be available to answer any technical questions.
Thank you. So the town of Saugeen Shores retained GEI consultants Canada to complete a study on the Moore Bridge and its potential reconstruction options. So what's included in this presentation is a brief overview of the study, the existing conditions and background studies created to inform our recommendation.
We're just having a bit of trouble hearing you. Could you just speak straight?
Sorry.
There you go, real close to it. Thank you.
As well as the alternatives that we consider for reconstruction, the impacts, and our recommendations. So the Moore Bridge has been closed since 2013 due to advanced state deterioration. To replace the structure or the other alternatives generally included removal, repair, or replacement. As a note, part of each option could occur simultaneously. Pedestrian bridges may require improvements to roads and so on. The Moore Bridge, as was already mentioned, was built in or around 1920 and was closed in 2013 after a study on its advanced state deterioration. The existing bridge is a single steel truss, spanning over this Old Creek. It forms part of a McKechnie side road that connects Concession Road 8 to the river road. Based on our involvement with the project or this structure since 1977, traffic counts have ranged between 20 and 30. The existing road as it stands right now is a double track granular road with organic road in the middle. It's used mostly for recreational use. And as we understand, it was not maintained prior to closure in 2013 for vehicular traffic during the winter months. As part of our study, we completed a cultural heritage study to determine if the bridge had any cultural heritage value. That study concluded that there was not any heritage value. Furthermore, we completed an archaeological assessment, which included test pits and a digital review of the area. No archaeological value was reported. We've also completed a environmental impact study to make sure that prior to construction of any option, there were no species at risk or other environmental concerns which would inform our option for which option is best. The last study we completed was a floodplain analysis. And using the requirements set out by the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, we found that the existing structure, based on its cross-sectional area, could not convey the regional storm. For this reason, we recommended that for all of our design considerations, any replacement options that is, they be increased in span by 50% and by raising the deck by a meter to convey the appropriate amount of flow through the Snake Creek or the regional storm. Part of our considerations for each option are the existing conditions surrounding the structure. This includes the advanced deterioration of what is present, the slopes on both the north and south side of the structure, the sight lines coming from the north to south and vice versa, and that when last opened, the road was posted as an 80 kilometers an hour speed limit. So these are the options that we considered throughout the study. The first two, as you can see, we didn't get very far with. Do nothing, in our opinion, is not a viable option. The bridge is an advanced foundation. Eventually, it could lead to collapse, and I think that we recommend something be done prior to that. As far as repairing the existing structure, it is in such poor shape that the amount of capital expenditure to get that bridge back to a functional level or the limited return of lifespan ruled it out pretty early in our review. This left us with final 4 options, which was a full removal, replacement with a recreational or pedestrian bridge, or replacement with a single or 2-lane bridge. For bridge replacement, we considered a 75-year lifespan and full load capacity under the Canadian Highway Bridge design standards. As I mentioned earlier, all of our bridge designs assumed that we would increase the span by 50% to span over the Snake Creek River Basin, and we would raise the deck by 1 meter compared to its existing elevation. The approaches would need to be addressed during design. As I mentioned, there are limitations for sightline and the approaches to the embankments on either side. Our estimates for the capital costs are included for each of the 3 bridge options, as you can see, and that includes the associated road work from Concession Road 8E to the River Road. What is not captured in those cost estimates is the ongoing costs once the bridge is in place. Generally, every 25 years, you are going to incur a rehabilitation period. 25 years later, you'll incur a major rehabilitation. Bridge removal. This option, under this option, the bridge would be fully removed and the side road would be closed to vehicular traffic. Turnarounds would be installed as close to the end of the road as possible. The access would be maintained to all the properties that currently utilize the Keckley side road. Your capital cost is estimated to be between 600 and 800,000. The main benefit to this option is that once removed, your ongoing cost becomes zero because that asset no longer exists. There is a social impact, as the bridge is currently used for recreational purposes, and it would close off a transportation route that previously existed. As part of our study, we reviewed the alternate routes if the bridge was removed or if it was implemented. Generally, whether it's removed or reconstructed, there isn't a large increase or decrease to the travel time. There is not a significant amount of development on the McKechnie side road. Most of it is on the river road. And therefore, most of the traffic would continue to travel as they do now out to Bruce Road 3 or to Bruce Road 17. Another item that we considered is that it's been reported the southern end of the river road experiences flooding common during the spring. If we're experiencing flooding to the south and that flooding continues up and affects the bridge crossing on Session Road 8 East, we could see residents on the river road not having a access route, or sorry, egress route from the river road as flooding continues to rise. After considering everything that I've discussed beforehand, we recommend that the bridge be removed and that the McKechnie side road be permanently closed to traffic. For traffic volumes that we have, we believe that it would be a very low use road. With improvements to the river road, we believe that it could be better. The river road could be improved to avoid spring flooding, and that would be more cost effective as a secondary exit. And it, especially in the long term, is the least expensive option in terms of capital funds. As part of our study, we posted our preliminary draft reports and received comments from the public. We received fairly even responses in terms of whether it should be replaced with a vehicular structure, fully removed, or a pedestrian structure. After considering everything that was presented to us in terms of comments, we still believe that the best option is overlook. And I will give it to you for questions.
All right, thank you very much. So there is a resolution that council approved. Alternative 3, removal of Moore Bridge to advance in 28-29 as per the 10-year capital plan. Is there a mover and seconder for the resolution? Councilor Stack, Councilor Duhane, discussion. Councilor Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seen this report before, and now we're at the point where we're being asked to make a decision on this bridge. I understand the bridge has been closed for 12 years, and people have gotten used to the fact that that road is no longer traversable. When it comes to the character, the cultural heritage of that bridge, I think you said there is none. I would highly contest that. I think for the people that live and grew up in that area, there's significant cultural heritage. That's a bridge that It may not get vehicular traffic, but it does get traffic. It gets, I've been up there with my dog walking and seen other people. It's a picturesque spot to stop and view the river below. It's, hunters in the season use that to traverse. It's a very popular hunting area. There's bush on both sides. People grew up there. People fished their first time in that creek off of that bridge. And in as much as the bridge has deteriorated, it's 105 years old. And engineers will be engineers, and they will never put their stamp on something saying it's safe if they don't see the engineered drawings, and I understand that. But it's been there for 105 years, and there has not been a storm event that washed it out or went over it, as far as I can tell. It's a very small creek. It doesn't even have a large headwater area. The creek only goes another couple kilometers upwards from there. The water rarely gets very high in that creek that I know of in my 30 years being in the area. To make the recommendation that it has to be removed and spend 800K, well, round it up to $1 million by the time we get around to it and get it on the 10-year capital plan. I think $1 million would go a lot longer toward the down payment on a new ice rink or something more usable for the community. This bridge isn't hurting anybody. It is a pedestrian bicycle. I didn't know ATVs would fit through the blocks, but ATV or motorcycles, dirt bike, it's a popular spot, and it's to take it out just because it has holes in it. You can see through the deck. I know. But it ain't falling down anytime soon. There's many bridges in the world that are in worse shape than that are lifelines for people in second and third world countries. And to simply remove it. Now, what I'm gonna finish by saying, when we get these kind of reports, whether it's for a lot in town or whether it's a road, I like to go out and refresh myself before the meeting. And we can't do that now because it's under 3 feet of snow out there. I would like to be able to, I haven't been there for a couple of years. I will tell you, I have not been there for at least 2 years. I would like the opportunity to go out there and walk and see how close to, because last time I was there, it didn't look like it was gonna fall down anytime soon. I mean, if we were gonna put a new bridge, of course, we would raise the bridge, we would put larger abutments, we'd, put a longer span if you were gonna put a hybrid bridge, but I don't think the public or this council are keen on doing that anytime soon. We have, as we heard tonight, larger priorities to deal with. So, I'm not in favor of tearing the bridge out. My preferred option would be to do nothing and see where it goes. But my real preferred option would be to defer this until about May, when we can get a chance to go out there and actually have a look at it and decide if everybody should have a chance to go out there and have a look at it and for their own eyes. Maybe not from an engineering point of view, because obviously from an engineering point of view, it can never be declared safe, and I don't expect any engineer to put a stamp on that saying that this bridge is safe in any way, shape, or form, because 105 years old. But I would like to defer this, and I would make a motion that this be deferred until the spring, when we can take a look at it under its non-snow covered and ice conditions. Thank you.
Council makes a motion to defer. Is there a seconder to the motion? Vice Deputy Mayor. Discussion on the motion to defer. The Vice Deputy Mayor. Is motion to defer, can we still make comments? With respect to whether or not you want to defer the resolution? Yeah, that's it. You can't, so there's nothing I can ask. We're considering whether we want to defer it, so we'll just go, if we defer, we'll get to discuss it again at a certain point. When it comes back. Just a quick. Sure, yeah, just a quick question. The traffic counts between 20 to 30. Traffic counts, no vehicles going over top. Are you talking about traffic counts daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, bicycles, what's the traffic count mean?
So the traffic counts which were completed prior to closure.
Make sure you're just in.
Sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
The traffic counts were completed prior to closure, and they would be daily traffic counts.
Maybe repeat that one more time, that machine was going by.
It's daily.
Yeah. The door has to stay open.
anyways, yeah,
Sorry, the traffic counts were completed prior to closure, and they are the average daily traffic.
okay.
Comments on the motion to defer?
I just for clarity on the motion to defer then, so we're deferring this until you want to reconsider it, what, 1st of May, is that what you're suggesting?
1st of June.
Okay, so we'll defer, so this is a motion to defer to June 2026 for we'll reconsider the resolution.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Could we just to remind ourselves of that, I like to get out and see it, but I sometimes I get a little forgetful. Could we actually get a tour of that bridge, like get it arranged by staff to go and take a look at it? We do that together.
I see the manager of engineering nodding, so it looks like it, man, do you have any,
I'd like to move.
manager of engineering?
I've been there in summertime. Actually, as Councillor Matt mentioned, this is more than 100 years old bridge. The abutment of both sides is leaning to the water now. And if you go on the deck, it shakes, the bridge is shakes. So, yeah, I think we can go together. We can have a trip there and we can see.
With respect to the motion to defer, can I ask, in the opinion of staff and in the opinion of the consultant, is there any, what is the level of risk that council takes in terms of delaying decision? I mean, this is, I guess the removal is not till 28, 29 anyway, so there's no real risk. So in terms of that, it's pretty well, it doesn't really matter when we make this decision. I just answered my own question. Thank you. Are there any, anything else on the motion to defer? If not, all in favor of the deferral? That's carried. Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to 9.2, water and wastewater bylaw update, and turning that to the director of operations. Oh, sorry, the treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor Chairman. The draft water and wastewater bylaw is an all-encompassing document governing the administration of the water and wastewater assets of the town. The proposed bylaw replaces 3 existing bylaws to modernize and formalize practices related to water and wastewater systems and users. Because this bylaw is quite extensive, the final bylaw and related amended fees and charges bylaw will be presented for approval at a future council meeting after any feedback is incorporated. This bylaw has had input from many different individuals and departments, including finance, operations, legal, building, and engineering. And I want to thank everyone for their input throughout the process. A wide variety of key highlights and changes from existing bylaws or practices have been highlighted in the report, such as formalizing a municipal services connection application as a means for connecting to the system, clarifying the procedure for the appropriate decommissioning of services when demolishing a building, outlining customer responsibilities for infrastructure, and formally authorizing the standing practice of one-time high consumption credits. The recommended bylaw includes language requiring that all new water bills be under the name of the property owner, with existing tenant accounts in good standing being grandfathered until an account change is requested or the account is no longer in good standing. Additionally, there is language to consistently apply the town's right through the municipal act to add unpaid balances to the property's tax roll on a semi-annual basis, thereby avoiding situations where accounts grow to large balances. These changes will align the town's practice with many other municipalities across the province and improve the quality and consistency of interactions when setting up accounts and handling billing issues. These changes, along with the recommended option of allowing historical tenant accounts with balances to remain in the name of the tenant, are aimed to ensure fairness to all stakeholders. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. There is a resolution. The council received the water and wastewater bylaw update report for information, and the council endorse option 1 as the method for handling overdue tenant water accounts. Is there a mover and seconder? The deputy mayor, Councilor Mayette. Questions or comments from members? The deputy mayor will work our way back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 questions. In the document, somewhere it's mentioned that there would be the implementation of a standard $250 charge for construction water, potentially at the time of the building permit. I'm just curious, why $250? Where did that figure come from? How did it come to be?
So there was research done on, what other municipalities charge for construction water. Most municipalities do have some form of charge. In some, it is a flat rate at the time of the building, permit. Others is their standard monthly fixed rate plus an assumed usage, which is again, just a fixed rate, but on a bi-monthly basis. So we saw a range of different charges. I would say for the municipalities that used a flat rate, the range was from $150 to $300, so we settled within that range.
Thank you. I also am just concerned about the potential to write off $100,000. And I understand that the reason why it's included. However, you know, if a fifth of the water bills right now are in this tenant category, is there an opportunity to over time move them over to a property owner, or is that incredibly hard to do, onerous, whatever? Because the idea that, you know, we're gonna very soon likely write off $100,000, that doesn't sit well with me when you think about the rest of the users who are paying for the service. So is there no opportunity to morph existing tenant accounts over a period of time to the new method with the property owner assuming the bill?
The approach being recommended, I think, is doing that in some way, in that we would no longer provide the service under the tenant account if we were to send it to a collection agency, or if it's not in good standing. If the account's not in good standing, the approach would be to open a new account in the name of the property owner to mitigate any future amounts that would be unrecoverable.
But am I correct in assuming that a fifth of the water bills right now fit into this tenant category? And the way that they will change over time is if a tenant leaves a property at that point. I guess I was just, you know, not unlike other things that have happened in the past where there's been a period of time where things slowly change to the way we want it to be. I just, $100,000 is a lot of money just sitting there unpaid that we potentially will be writing off. Anyway, thank you for the answer.
You, Council Mayette and Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. First, I'd like to congratulate the authors, obviously Daniel, putting this together. I think it's a good approach to have the bills accessible and in the name of the landlords. And this, Daniel, you recall, you and I went through a situation where there was a problem around this, where the tenant was using water, and anyway, it takes care of those situations where the property owner, who was ultimately responsible for the bill, has some line of sight to the water usage. And say that the toilet was running constantly, they wouldn't know about it until the bill was 4 or 5 months late and thousands of dollars overbilled. And with regards to the $100,000 too, it's too bad that we have to consider writing that off, but it's pretty difficult when tenants move on and landlords are left with the bill like that. I guess, as they say, it's water under the bridge. Thank you.
Well, that was a nice metaphor tonight, Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I also want to congratulate Dan and Matt and your team for putting this together, this consolidated bylaw. I think the changes are practical. It will save the town money and time ultimately, and I think it shows appropriate compassion for you know, people who are sometimes required to pick up others' debts. I do support option one. I think the statistics you provided on the amount of administrative time, the disproportionate amount of administrative time that's handling tenant accounts, overdue tenant accounts. Underlines why you recommend this change. Because I don't think it's fair to property owners to hold them responsible for tenants, and in some cases. Tenants that they haven't even made arrangement, that they're new property owners, but they're still being held responsible. I did have one question in the draft bylaw. Section 3.195.5. I guess I'm behind the times. I didn't realize that the times for watering have been changed. I always thought it was 7 to 9 in the morning and 7 to 9 in the evening, but it's now 6 to 9 in the morning and 7 to 10 in the evening. So I don't have a problem with that. I just think that, hopefully I'm not the only one in town that didn't realize that, and might be a good idea when it comes time and it's appropriate for you to start advertising that information, to just kind of put it in bold or something, so people are aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Helpin.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions were answered. I did struggle originally with the idea of taking it away from the rent bills and putting it all on the homeowners, but I really think it's a good report, and the town staff have made a really good case for this, so I can support this bylaw, and it's a good update and everything like that. So, and just from being online here, I want to encourage everyone to talk a little closer to their mics. It is really hard hearing for people online tonight. Thank you.
Okay, we'll try that as long as you promise to be a little quieter, because you almost blew the doors off that a second. Are there further, Councilor Dubinsky?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, in option 1, which by the way, I agree with this, bringing some old bylaws in and creating a new one and having only one with one set of rules, terrific. In option 1, it says that inactive tenant accounts will remain with the tenant held account and be subject to the town's standard collection efforts, which is a referral to a collection agency. You've sort of almost said it, as these accounts are aged and largely uncollectible. How much would we have to pay for a collection agency to do its job? If I could.
I don't have an exact amount, but the fees aren't exorbitant by any means, and there is the option of only paying on the collected amount. So it's not necessarily an upfront fee that's being paid.
Okay, that's what I was hoping. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you. Anything further from members? Well, thank you. I agree. The report and bylaw is excellent. Lots of great work. The only question I had was about, so this pertains to residential tenants and trying to deal with issues we're having with collection from residential tenants. Do we have any issues with commercial tenants, commercial versus commercial property owners? The bylaw leaves that as it is. Commercial, we continue to allow commercial tenants to have their own accounts. Is that because we just don't have any problem with commercial tenants?
There's typically less problems with commercial accounts, and there's the advantage that there's less commercial accounts in general, so easier to administer those.
Okay, fair enough then. So you've heard the resolution. It's been moved and seconded. I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. All right. So now we're on to 9.3, preferred new fire station location and fire chief.
Thank you, Your Worship. The report that council has before it for consideration
is a return from the report referred at the August 11th, 2025 regular council meeting. A fulsome review of all possible sites was conducted, including expansion into privately owned sites and all sites recommended by council as part of the referral. Using all the inputted data listed in the report and revisiting the data previously used, the decision was made in consultation with the fire department senior officers to recommend the Mackenzie Road site. I would be happy to answer your questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. So there is a resolution. The council approved the preferred location for a new Port Elgin Fire Station at 1240 Mackenzie Road. Is there a mover and seconder? Like Deputy Mayor, Council Novinsky, discussion. Like Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your report. And actually, I'm pleased to see it landed where it's landing on that site. I long believe that was the right site. But when you came to us, talked about response times, I got a little concerned that maybe, response times would be impacted. But it seems to me that you are 100% confident, wouldn't have written it otherwise, that the response times can be handled at that location. You're 100% confident that, aren't you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. Yes, I am confident. The numbers do show that the response times will be slightly delayed. But when we look at the natural progression, the planned roads that are going to come through roads that possibly will come from Waterloo and from Bruce across to the 10th, and the expansion of Port Elgin and Southampton into that general area, it is a logical place for the site, even with response times.
Follow up. I'm looking at the map and I see the red lines. I long thought that there would be room for a fire station and then maybe perhaps one more lot in our business park for a business to move into there. But once the fire station, surprised to see so much space for the police services building. Once you move in there, Chief, would that pretty much fill up the industrial park then, the business park immediately fill up?
I can say what I have to say, Your Worship, and then defer to somebody that knows way more than me. The site, I think, is more than adequate to put the fire station on and related parking. It's a weird setup where that middle red line is actually the address we're giving as part of the police station address. So we're gonna have to do some planning amendments, etc., to the official plan. Also, the lot on the right, there is some consideration which says in the report that the transportation master plan may have ideas for that going from Wellington straight through. So we'll have to see if council decides that this is the right spot. We're gonna have to do some work on how it all comes together.
I can just add that we can probably get staff to give a report to us or follow up to council about the status of the rest of the old Port Elgin Industrial Park. We get that to information to council.
It'd be good to have that. And then my last question was about the intersection of Highway 21 concession 10. And maybe it's too early. Transportation master plan maybe will dictate this, but has there been some discussion when you're looking at that site about roundabout traffic lights and the new school coming in on concession 10 as well? So I don't know if you can answer that question. I'd just like to know about future traffic lights at an intersection. How soon might you see that? The CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in behalf of the engineer, and he can correct me if I get it wrong, but we have commissioned an updated transportation impact study for that intersection at concession 10 that then will feed into our applications for connecting link funding.
Okay, further comments, the deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I did ask this question in advance, but I'll ask it in the chambers as well. One of the overlay maps includes language at the bottom amalgamated. Perhaps if you could just make a comment about why that has been included, because the report is not speaking to the potential creation of a super station. It's talking about a second station or the replacement of a station. So there would still be two stations, but amalgamated with there. Can you just speak to that briefly? Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship. what we're trying to do here is think as forward as we possibly can. So when we thought about all different parcels of property, we could be north on the south end of Port Elgin, say on the sixth concession, just as an example. It would preclude anyone from making any decisions in the future about amalgamating or the possibility of amalgamating. So as the community grows, as Southampton grows, and we're going to have to make expansions there, we haven't handcuffed future councils from making the decision, and maybe we put them together. But I have no, we are not presently in that right now.
Councilor Dubinsky?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the chief. Chief Ellison, the reason you had chosen or recommended the spot next to the high school was because all of the volunteer firefighters could get there very quickly. Are you still comfortable with the response time of the firefighters who may have to travel to this new location? Through your worship to Councillor Dubinsky, thank you for the question. I tried to say in the report that one of the things we did is look at the firefighter responses in a different way. So the data speaks to from when their pager goes off and when they respond to the station based on the speed limits that are allowed to be driven at on our roads. How far could they get from their residence to wherever in 10 minutes time? And we were using all firefighters for that data, which means that there's individuals that live on County Road 40, there's individuals that live at the bottom of county or Side Road 4. Anyway, concession 4. And those individuals truly are never going to make it no matter where we are. So that's why the closer we put the proposed station to them is why that data looked good there. What we did is take those highlighters, those ones that are a long way away to begin with, and remove them from the database and said, where do most of the firefighters live? And then what does that look like? And that's why we're able to move out to Mackenzie without drastically affecting the time. Okay, thank you very much. That's not only very important to me, it's very important to you too. The house is burning, you want to make sure that there's quick response by the firefighters. And it sounds like we've got that covered. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further, Councilor May?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things. When we decided to build a new police station, we, at the same time, did an active discussion about what we're gonna do with the old police station. Has that discussion taken place with what the future plans are for the one on Emma Street? Okay. Yeah, do we know?
As part of, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, as part of the deliberations on what we tried to explain to council when it came to both capital cost and possible cost recovery, save grants that we may be able to take advantage of, one of the things was selling that parcel of property. So we got a budgetary quote, which is included in the capital plan. You know, off the top of my head, I believe it was $1.7 million for the entire property. That's where we are with it now. What council decides to do with it, that's their prerogative.
And then just one more thing I'd like to add about the response times. Yeah, there are firefighters who live out in the country. Some of them are my neighbors. And sometimes what happens, when you correct me if I'm wrong, is if there's an emergency, the one time I got involved with a 911 call, it was out in the rail trails. Some of those responders respond straight from their home. They don't go into the station. They can just jump on their ATV or their snowmobile or their truck and head out and get to the scene first, and then they're got a man on the scene assessing the situation before the rest of the troop. So it's not always about response time to the station, it's the response time to the scene that really counts, isn't it?
Through your worship, yes, that's part of it. We try to, I'll say, downgrade as part of our upgrade in professionalism. We now have chief officers that respond on scene, just like you're speaking, directly. So they're able to give us size up, so we understand the hazards. We're able to dictate which pieces of apparatus, because it may be unusual, et cetera. So 100%, we frown a little on firefighters responding directly. We now use the chain of command to make that happen maybe a little bit more efficiently.
Thank you for comments, Deputy Mayor.
And I know there's some timelines in here and in the business plan, but if a decision is made that this is the preferred site, what is the timeline in terms of getting an RFP out for design and you know, the potential start of construction? And I'll just preface that question with, you know, once upon a time, when the new station was built in Southampton, it was very modern and state of the art in many ways. So I really look forward to the opportunity for us once again to be a leader with bringing in some very important, great stuff in terms of ensuring the safety of firefighters who do just incredible jobs. But I just wanted to acknowledge that I think since you've been here, Chief Mallinson, you know, the service, the fire service is just awesome. Just how professional it's become and how you know, solid it's become in terms of its training protocols and the people that are attracted to apply and the people who have been successful. But I really think that this station will be a jewel in the county and in fact in southwestern Ontario and communities that are a little bit smaller. And I really look forward to that, but I just wanted to get excited at the right time. So when is the RFP process envisioned and then construction timeline?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the capital budget or the business plan lays out that this year will be the design and engineering for it. And that's why we really want a spot that we can put it so that we can design it and make sure that the engineering is correct. The hope is that we can break ground, and I'm an optimist, I understand, but I'm also not getting any younger. I would be hopeful that the end of 2027, we could see the groundbreaking with shovels in hand of council and dignitaries, and would really hope by sometime in 2028, we're in it. I appreciate the fact where you speak about, although you have very kind words, the health and safety of our firefighters is truly the reason we're building this, in that the cancer prevention checklist is so important and the things that we have to do. Not only do we need to do, but we have to do to protect those that serve us so well. So I appreciate the kind words. Building it, the main reason is safety. It will look nice, but we'll put more money into the taking care of them than we will on what it looks like outside.
Thank you. Are there further comments? I think it's a great project. I appreciate all the work that you've done on this, Chief, going back to the drawing board and having another look at this. I think you found a great location in addition to everything that's already been said, because it's now in close proximity, not only to the police station, but the paramedic station as well. You really are developing a hub for emergency services right there, which can only be a positive thing, I think, in terms of having all of those first responders in close proximity able to work together and you know, just cross the street to go maybe train together or do other things that will just, you know, make all of them safer and better at what they do. So I think it really is a great location. It's in our it's, I think, yeah, you identified yours correctly. I think it's in 27, 28 in our capital plan. So I think for folks out there, listening to this or following up on it, it's important enough to know council's already planned for these projects. They're in the 10-year capital plan, part of our larger capital plan. So this is all just part of laying the groundwork and doing that work for, as you say, shovels to go in the ground in a couple of years and have a new great fire station to serve Port Elgin. So great, thank you for your work, chief, and everyone's heard the resolution. It's been moved and seconded, so I'll ask all in favor. That's carried, thank you. Okay, so now we're on to the consent agenda. So we will remove the third item there, 10.3, as Councillor Stack does a very pecuniary interest on it. Does anybody else want to vote separately on any of the others? Seeing requests for that, so there is a resolution there that items 10.1, 10.2, and 10.4 be approved and received for information. Is there a mover and second for that? Moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Grace. So we'll just walk through them real quick, see if anybody has any comments. First one, 10.1, with respect to Saugeen Mobility and Regional Transit Post Municipality Gas Tax. So comments on that one? Don't see any. So then 10.2 is release of instrument number R3 49399 for 226 Shore Road. Any questions or comments with respect to that one? Don't see any. So then we'll skip past 10.3, go straight to the communications. 10.4, there's 9 items there. Anybody wish to speak to any of the items of correspondence? Councilor Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. With regards to item number 2, the annual correspondence with regards to the Homer's pension plan. You and I were just this week at the Roma Convention in Toronto. I got the pen here to prove it. And this wasn't even on my radar, but when we listened to the presentation about this is really something that the town, any employees of the town, pensioners of Homer's need to be keeping their eye on. This is, the government has tabled some legislation based on a few hundred hours of consultation that is going to drastically transform the way the Homer's pension plan is managed. And it really it shook me to the core, because I know whenever somebody talks about the Bruce Power pension plan, people pay attention really closely and are really sensitive to these kinds of things. And it just feels like government overreach. The plan, according to the panel that was on the stage, is being run well, and they're getting good returns on their investments, and that the plan is in good physical shape, and the long-term viability of the plan as well. And when you've got the kind of money that's in that, we're talking over $100 billion in the fund, it really can attract the wrong type of interest sometimes. So for those that are in the plan, those that are members of the plan, and for the municipality who are contributors to the plan, we need to be paying close attention to this. So if you haven't read that and some of the stuff coming out of AMO, I encourage you to do so.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor, or the Vice Mayor.
And thank you for that, and after you notified me, remind people that I did actually read in its entirety last week in that report, and it's enlightening, and any owners, people who are paying into owners pensioners, you really do need to read that report. It's important. There's owners is close to 6. I think I got this right. Close to 600,000 members. It's singly the largest pension group in the province of Ontario. You got billions and billions and billions of dollars in investments and great return rates. I think they're doing a great job investing your money. But for all those owners people out there, you really do need to read that report. So thanks for alerting me to that.
There is a resolution there drafted by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario opposing the legislative changes to the Omers Act. I don't know if anybody should make a motion to support that. The Deputy Mayor, Vice Deputy Mayor, any comments on it? The Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to comment that I'm glad you had a presentation, because the document is attached a little bit hard to read because it's kind of bulky, and but it's a good read. This was something that came by email, I think early in December, and so if you don't always take a look at what's in the AMO communications that flow through our email, This is one that caught my eye and I asked to get it from you at that time. Down here, it's not too late to do the resolution. Did you get a sense from the presentation that you had that there was still an opportunity to influence or in any way impact the decision that the province is making?
Well, the request was specifically to pass this resolution. And that was only earlier this week, so I don't feel like it's too late. Councilor Hopkins, do you have a comment to the resolution on the floor going overs? No, okay.
No, it was for the next one. Sorry, Mayor.
Okay. All right, so are there, if there's nothing further on the resolution, it's been moved and seconded, I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. You see us jumping out of our seats, Councilor Hopkins, it's because for some reason stereo, you're on loud, you're set to 11 here. Are there further comments? Yes, Councilor Hopkins, do you have another one on the correspondence?
Yes, Mayor, thank you, and through you. There was two I wanted to make a comment on. And 10.4, the safe and sound up in Owen Sound. That's just good news, the way that they're expanding. And I know that homelessness is a rising issue in this area. And it's just, you know, Owen Sound has become a hub for these services. And it's really a lot easier to move people to the services than it is services to the people. And I think we need to remember that when we're considering the homeless situation around here. And if I could, Mayor, could I make a comment on 10.5, please?
Yeah, go right ahead, yeah.
Okay, 10.5, I'd like to just shout out a big thank you to Minister Thompson for her support of our conservation authorities. It's a true representative, is one who's willing to listen to her constituents and over her party and make a statement like that. And just a shout out to Minister Thompson for that. We can't ask more for a representative than that. So well done to her. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, I will add to what Councillor Hopkins said. If he was sitting beside us, he's not in the chambers tonight, but I would have said this to him personally. But at the event on Saturday that opened the pool, the MPP was there, Lisa Thompson was there, and as I walked across the floor with her, she very specifically mentioned the letter that she received from you, Bud, from Councillor Halpin. And she said, please tell him that I really appreciated receiving that. So I guess that is encouragement for us all to put a letter every now and again, because I think she does pay attention to Saugeen Shores, but she did very much single out you and ask me to convey that to you.
All right, thank you. Are there further comments on the correspondence, Councilor Mann?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could bring your attention to item number 7. The Conservation Authority correspondence with regards to the similar item that the MPP commented on. And let's be clear that the comments that the MPP wrote are very much appreciated. I'm glad that she's paying attention to the situation, but she's referring specifically to the grouping of the conservation authorities, and the 7 conservation authorities that are currently proposed to be grouped together are all geographically connected, except for the one that's up in Thunder Bay. It's like they threw this one in there for a flyer, and it really doesn't belong, and I don't think it'll last. Certainly the MPP, we appreciate your support on supporting that part of it, but the real gist of what's being done here is the creation of a new agency that doesn't currently exist, that will oversee the work of all the conservation, the independent conservation authorities that are run currently by the municipalities and by extension, the elected people like Councillor Halpin and myself sit on the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. And this agency is just supposed to be funded by the municipality. So this is, the government of Ontario is creating another layer of bureaucracy to oversee the conservation. Even though there is Conservation Ontario, there is a body that conservation authorities go to, and the managing directors or the CEOs get together and they do consolidate and they standardize their operations as much as possible. But But this is really what's going on. This is the gist of the legislation, is the rejigging of how the conservation authorities will operate in the down feeding of what they call standardization, even though there are many unanswered questions, and this correspondence from the conservation authority touches on many of those. So there's lots of correspondence. We passed a motion ourselves here a couple of weeks ago about this, but this is the other side of the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments with respect to correspondence? I might just note that item 1 there from AMO, the Partnering for Impact Poverty Reduction submission. You'll recall, I think it was at our last meeting when Minnie Jakes was here talking to us about concerns around ODSP and funding for different social support programs. And I had referenced this report as this council was thinking about how to do what Ms. Jakes was asking us to do in terms of supporting or speaking out about the need to increase funding to those programs. This is the report that I had referenced and asked staff to put on the agenda, which came out from the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. It has these 4 recommendations: 1, expand supply of deeply affordable non-market housing; 2, improve social assistance and employment programs; 3, continue investments in childcare; and 4, invest in transportation. So anyway, it's there for your information. That I know that this isn't, as we said last time, this whole area is not exactly in the Saugeen Shores. It doesn't work directly on these issues. These issues are largely worked at the upper tier. So this is a way for us to summarize and understand the problem, potentially give us something to support. So if members were interested in expressing support for the conclusions, for the recommendations in this report, it's something we could do today or in the future. It's there for your information. Is there anything further on the correspondence? If not, then so we'll have it. So there's the first resolution has been moved and seconded on 10.1, 10.2, and 10.4. All in favor? That is carried. Now we'll consider 10.3, which is the Bruce C project MOU final. There is a resolution that council approved the final Bruce C project municipal MOU. Is there a mover and second for that? Moved by Mayette, second by Davinsky. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Oh, you do, sorry, Councilman Mayette.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe you can also comment. We at Roma also did a deputation on this to the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing, Energy, and it was very well received. Government truly does understand. I think that we went away with the feeling that they heard what we were saying, and we're hopeful that they will come through with some funding when it's appropriate. Thanks.
Yeah, we've, as you know, already seen this MOU one time before. The municipality of McCartan made a couple of what I would call very minor changes. County of Bruce has approved it, and I think with our approval, that will finalize it. And I think it's an excellent partnership, excellent arrangement between the 3 municipal governments. And so eager to get it signed off and get the work started. So if there's nothing further, then all in favor? Is carried. Thank you. Okay, bring Councilor Stack back. We're gonna go into close to public. And I have a resolution, but it is recommended the council move into a closed public session. See the Bachelor legal update to discuss the legal advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, and to discuss and provide direction and receive advice relative to the CCB. Legal report that is subject to solicitor client privilege. So the resolution is the council move into a closed public session in accordance with Municipal Act 2001, section 2392. F, advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Stack. All in favor? Council will now move into closed public session.
Are they taking, Mayor, are they taking a break or going right into it?
Yeah, we'll take a break. Why don't we convene at 10 to 9? Yeah, because
And then,
convene at 10 to 9.
Right?
Okay. You got it? 10 to 9?
Yeah, everyone, I can hear everyone. So anyways.
Good friend of mine. My Twitter.
Anyway. All right, let me know when we're ready.
There's no.
Time?
Yeah.
Catch up.
No.
All right. We're going to arrive now for closed session. I have a resolution. The council arrives and we close the public session and resume the regular council meeting. Is your mover and seconder, Councilor Kaminsky, the deputy mayor, all in favor? That is carried. And I will report that during the closed public session, council approved both closed public minutes and received a legal update subject to solicitor-client privilege regarding the Goose Area solid waste recycling, and council discussed the next steps and received advice and provided direction subject to solicitor-client privilege regarding the January 2026 CCB legal update. Okay. So now we're moving on to bylaws, 3 bylaws. There, anybody wish to consider any of the bylaws individually? Councilor Grace.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'd like to, pull out 15.1.2 bylaw 11-2026.
Okay, any further requests to consider any separately, the deputy mayor?
Sorry, is that the, what's the title of that?
Sorry, guys.
It's the alternative voting method.
Okay, I was gonna ask about that.
Okay, so we'll start now then with a resolution that bylaws 10-2026 and 12-2026 are hereby read, passed, and sealed this 26th day of January 2026. Is there a mover and seconder? By Councilor Grace, second by the vice deputy mayor, all in favor? It is carried, and then I have a resolution that bylaw 11-2026 is hereby read, passed, and sealed this 26th day of January 2026. Is there a mover and seconder? By Councilor Stack, seconded by Councilor Dubinsky. Questions and comments? Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just, would, I have a concern about the wording of the first enactment clause. The whereas clauses preceding it explain that, the internet and telephone voting is an alternative method to attending at a voting place in order to vote. But the wording of the first enactment clause doesn't, to me, I think somebody could read that and say that this is going to be an extra alternative besides going to the voting place. If they don't read the entire thing, if that's just reported, I'd like us to have language that shows that we're talking about an alternative voting method to attending at a voting place. And I know I talked to the clerk and she explained to me that she was faithfully following the wording in the legislation, and I understand that, but my concern is people thinking that this would be, and they'd be able to go to the voting place and this would be an alternative to vote by internet or telephone. So I'm not sure how we resolve that. I had proposed just getting rid of the word alternative, but the clerk told me that that would be a problem in terms of the legislative wording.
I just wondered, can we preserve the wording in the bylaw and then solve the problem through communications? Because few people are likely to read the bylaw, but we can communicate more clearly when we talk to the public. The deputy mayor.
I was actually going to ask about the same thing, but from a slightly different perspective. After the last election, there were requests for people to have the ability to come to a location and still do internet voting, but they, you know, that they didn't feel comfortable or feel the security of doing it at home or know how to do it at home. So I was going to ask if even, you know, putting this in play, if there still was the potential for an in-person option, that, because I think last time people could come up to the counter and do something. And I think that there are a number of people that appreciated that or didn't vote because they didn't know they could do that. So I wanted to ask if there was that ability still to put, not to publicize it as the way to vote, but to suggest to somebody who is nervous or you know, for whatever reason, is not interested in doing it online or by phone, that they could come in, and they're still doing it online, but they're doing it with a little bit of support and with a sense of security.
All right, I need a mover and seconder to extend the meeting past 11 p.m. So mover and seconder of that, Deputy Mayor, Vice Deputy Mayor, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have further comments on this bylaw, Councillor Halpern?
Yes, Mayor, on the voting one, I'm sorry, my computer just restarted itself, so I missed a little bit there, but what provisions are there, like with the online voting, that can a person, that they can only vote one time? You know,
Comments from the clerk? Or the CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe I can offer to council that if we can get the bylaw in place tonight that authorizes the method of voting that we've used internet and telephone for the last 2 or 3 elections here in Saugeen Shores, we can bring a report back that talks to some of the questions you're asking about the communications, the outreach, the methods, and we can deal with those outside of the bylaw discussion.
okay, thanks very much. That answers my question.
Thank you. Are there further comments on this? If not, so moved and seconded, all in favor? That is carried. And then we're on the confirmatory bylaw, resolution of bylaw 13-2026, being a bylaw to confirm pertains to the council of the town of Saugeen Shores, hereby read, passed, and sealed this 26th day of January 2026. Is there a mover and seconder? Councilor Duhane and Councilor Grace, all in favor? That is carried. And finally, a resolution of this regular council meeting of January 26, 2026, hereby adjourns at 11:03 p.m. All mover and seconder, sorry, Grace and staff, all in favor? Have carried. Council stands adjourned.
Good night, Pura Vida.